Yeah. Hey, everybody. Just getting set up here. Play my brother's album, as is now tradition. Give us some starting music. Alright, got a tweet and stuff. Give folks a chance to show up before I get started here. Just announced it, and so it'll take everybody half a second. Hi, Lone. Welcome to the stream. Hope y'all's Thursdays are going well. Be sure to say hi in the chat. Let me know you're here. Well, don't want to wait too long for everybody to get in, so might as well dive in. And you know what? Here's what I'll do. First, I'll put the repo in the chat as usual. MF. Alright, so here's the deal. In the last stream, we added the ability to store blobs in the table. And after some consideration and talking about it with Matthias here, decided that that's not 100% wise. And we want to store the blobs in an external feed. And I thought about using an external hyperdrive to do this, but Matthias pointed out that, you know, it might be a little simpler to just use an external hypercore, and that would give us the ability to have what you could call strong links, which would be, you know, a stronger guarantee about the content not changing underneath from you. Not sure that's a huge requirement, but still sort of nice. The other thing is I feel like I can introduce some nice facilities by manually, mutable versus immutable. I think I can also introduce some nice facilities around managing the blob storage and clearing out old blocks if I manually implement that aspect of it. So in the last stream, we introduced this idea of a binary type for a table, and basically I think what we're going to do is introduce a non-table namespace in the Hyper-V, which is the blob's namespace, and that can be then sort of leveraged by actually schematized tables. So I'm going to delete the media table. And I'm going to go into our schema code and remove the facilities around going to remove the facilities around handling that binary type. Okay. And so in our database creator here, what we'll do is we'll add blobs key space, which will automatically create when the Hyper-B is created. And if we look at our scratch pad, we can look at how this is going to affect the layout. So here's the current scheme. And so this will introduce a blobs space here. And so then you'll have blobs, and avatar is a good example because that's one of the things we'll use. So a blob pointer will include a starting block and an ending block. So it's a pointer into our blob hypercore. And we're going to need some top-level metadata in the database telling us where the blob key is for that hypercore. So we're going to need something like it's a little tricky because I don't have a name yet for this whole kind of protocol of storing information in Hyper-Bs. It's just like a citizen DB, perhaps. Maybe we'll title it, we'll set the key as DB, and there should be something along the lines of DB version or something like that, telling us what version of that protocol is being used, but I'm not really sure what that should be. Maybe we don't worry about that yet. And maybe we give that an underscore. Do I use JSON schemas instead of proto? I think you mean protobuf, so that I can express stuff like value constraints. So I use JSON schema. Hi, Michael. Good. Welcome to the stream. It's a tough call between using protobufs versus JSON for the actual row encodings. The JSON schema definitions are pretty thorough. I mean, you can do things like specifying, like the additional value constraints, stuff like the format key, where you could say this should match a URI pattern or an email pattern or a datetime pattern. That's pretty useful stuff. There's also that syntax for JSON paths that they use, which could end up being useful at some point as well. So that's, JSON schema, and by extension, of course, JSON is pretty flexible in what the values can be, and so that's why I'm sort of inclined to go with JSON schemas. So that's our layout here. And so basically when you look at a blob pointer, you'll get a range, and you'll look inside of the blob feed, which is identified in the database description for the actual blob. And so then any time that you have, we're gonna have to cook up some way to reference blobs within a table so that individual records can reference blobs. We might want to do it as a special table type. It is interesting there's not a... there's something... Yeah, I agree. I think binary JSON just isn't used that much. There are encodings, binary encodings, which mirror the semantics of JSON, which I suppose you could then use JSON schema on top of. You could ask whether or not it's worth switching our database encoding to a binary encoding for better packing size. Might consider it. I think message pack is has the... So maybe we ought to actually use something like a table instead of a separate blobs space, so that we have a consistent addressing. So there's just a common table that is used to manage the blobs feed. Could also... Having no keys in the serialized data is pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely get a more compact representation, which would be good. But then you're weighing that against the value of having JSON be, highly general, highly well supported. Yeah, so I'm thinking rather than have... I mean, look, we can either do blobs as a sort of a feature outside of tables, but then we need to cook up a way to address blobs. May not be a problem. Or we should kind of create a special table type that is giving us the blob pointers. Cat, what's out? 1 second. Well, let's see here. Our URL generation in general, I've got some thoughts about as well, because I'm not really sure where we're headed on that either. Let's just do the special blobs namespace for now as opposed to a table. And the question we just have to ask is, like, let's say a record inside of a table is referencing a blob. How is it going to do that? Maybe it doesn't need a special syntax for it. Maybe it just gives the ID of the blob and the software knows to reference it as a blob. Alright, that's probably what it'll be, so it's not a big deal. Okay, so now in the database, we're going to want a function to optionally set up the additional blob feed. First, we're going to load the database definition. If it doesn't exist, if it does exist, and it has a blob feed key, then we'll create our blobs management. Let's just always create that subspace because that doesn't cost us anything. Oh man, how do I want to do this? Oh, all right. Pass some validation in here, and I'm gonna mute this. Oh, left the channel. That's not what I wanted. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Okay. So I need to. Sorry, I'm a little bit scatterbrained. It's just a lot of decision points here. So I would create validator from lib schemas. Blobs feed key or blob feed key? It's blob. It should be blobs. It should be a string and it should pass a regex. So if it does exist, we'll run the validation. Otherwise, we'll create one for it. Then we're going to add a function to get or create the blobs feed. Do I need to await that? Probably. Maybe not, actually. No, I don't need to await that. Okay. I'll probably need to await a ready event on it. And if we create it, we need to update the database description. The lag is killing me. Come on. There we go. Why can't everybody just quiet down? You'll see this lag. My computer is just struggling to stream. Makes it pretty hard. Need to get one of those M1s, man. I'm so jealous of everybody getting those things. Okay, where am I? Right here, I need to do a put. Okay. Hey Lars, welcome back to the stream. So we are updating how we're handling blobs in the database. Rather than using blob tables or binary tables, we're going to have a separate hypercore feed that we store the actual content in, which will improve performance overall. So we have our blobs feed set up now. We could move this out into a subclass. Might be a good idea. We still use subs for various reasons, but if you look at the layout here now, what we're doing is we're introducing a database description field, which points to the key of where we're storing blobs, and then we're adding a separate namespace from tables called blobs, which maintains pointers to ranges within the blobs feed. And so that's how we'll store our actual binary data in a separate hypercore and use these pointers to reference them. So we'll have a blob get and a blob put. And we'll move this logic over here. We'll rename that field from DB desk to just desk. So I want to subclass out the blobs because not all databases will need the blobs table. So it'll only get created whenever, or the blobs blob storage. So it only gets created when requested. The blobs class will always exist, but it just won't get set up unless you actually call the setup. And so we'll have the getter and the putter, which will load the pointer and then load the actual content. And then we're going to need one other thing, which is logic around swarming and managing the actual blob feed, and basically choosing which local blocks to keep or remove, which I'm going to leave for as a to-do. For now, we'll just implement this logic, which is we do const pointer equals this.kv.get at the key. If it doesn't exist, then we return null. And then if it does exist, we're going to do, let's look at our hypercore API. Actually, we want the remote hypercore API. There it is. So it looks like we have to get the blocks individually and concatenate them, though maybe get can take a range. Let's see here. Get batch. Okay. Is get batch implemented in the remote feed? Math says make a stream. Yeah, but then I gotta like get batch would be easier, because then if I do a stream, I have to do all the boilerplate around streams. Would there be any difference in the performance? Because like this isn't, unless I'm actually returning a stream, like a stream get. I don't know if there's any upside to doing. Okay, what's the stream function? Create read stream. Okay. Fine. We'll do create read stream first then. It's an async iterator. Ah. I don't know if I'm familiar with that pattern. I'm gonna have to try that in a second. That's interesting. Stream though, and we got a not found, we can't just return null. How do we handle, Matthias, how do we handle an error condition here? Do I need to like create a stream response and have it emit an error immediately? I'm thinking about how to do this condition right here. If the key doesn't exist, there's no pointer, and I'm asking for a stream. I mean, I could throw, but then your like stream handling has to do both the error condition and the stream, and also handle try catch, which is kind of awkward. I am awaiting, that's true. So I'm going to be awaiting to get the stream anyway. Alright, well then I better throw in that case. Yeah, okay. Okay, so then I'm gonna do return this dot feed dot create read stream. And I do start and end, which is our pointer. like we need any other parameters at the moment. Coding with the moon with the delay, yeah. All right, so you're saying I can do a get, and it would be like return this dot create read stream key, where I just do await promise dot all. I think that's what you're getting at. Is that accurate? And then I just got to do return buffer.concat chunks. Is that right? All right, well, we'll try it and see if it works. Now for put, I'm thinking, otherwise I'd have to do a for of. Yeah, I don't think I can, if it's an async iterator, I would be surprised if this works, to be honest. But we'll, so for putting, do I need to do the chunking on my own, Matthias? Probably, right? I don't think hypercore does any chunking. So, okay. Do you have any module that you'd recommend for taking a buffer and creating a stream of chunks? Use an append batch. Oh, okay. In that case, I'm not going to be streaming here. Okay. In that case, I just need to chunk the buffer. Alright, how big should our bytes be, Matthias? Or chunks, rather. What do you think, like a kilobyte? I guess that's a question about how quickly we want, or how we want to chunk the streaming of a read. So if it's like a video file, what would be the best? 64 kilobytes. It's a lot easier with you on the stream, tell you that. All right. So then it'll just be const chunks equals chunkify buff. Okay, good to know. And then we're gonna go const start equals this dot feed dot length, I'm guessing. It's not actually Matthias. Now, if he implemented an AI that I'm talking to, then he is sleeping on his best work. What does append give us in response? So, Matthias, if I'm appending array, will the sequence number that comes out of it be the sequence number of the first chunk? It'll be the start. Okay. So then we're going to do the wait this .kv.put at the key. Spread thing didn't work. What a shame. They should have had a syntax for that. That would be really handy. Well, for now I'm just not going to support it because I don't know if I need it. Hey Guy, welcome back to the stream. Let's add that blob pointer validator. And we should run the same assertion over here. Okay. So that should be our blobs manager done. So now we need this for the user database. And then we use it over here with put avatar. So we'll update this to be userdb.blobs.put. That should work fine. I need to write that chunkify method. I'll have to go back to do that. And then over here on the avatar serving, we just change this. We'll do const stream equals await userdb.blobs.create read stream for the avatar key, and then we do s.pipe into the response. I guess we don't need to wrap this in a try catch because it's already in a try catch, and that'll do it. So now we just need our chunkify implementation. And we will do it like so, chunks. I hate having to write something like this on the stream because it's one of those things where I'm gonna embarrass myself trying to get it right. JS interview. Right. gonna need to put some tests around this thing. So, Matthias, that approach seems a little, you know, that is definitely concise and will work well. But it's also kind of, you know, doing a lot of allocations. I'm trying to avoid doing the additional allocations here. The Alex are cheap, huh? Well, it's pretty easy to be sure that's working correctly, so, alright. But I don't think it's while buff.length is greater than 64, I think it's while it has any length at all. I think that's how to do it. Oh, they're just views. Noted. Well, that does make that better. Okay, cool. Huh, I didn't know the slices were only views. I guess I did know that, so I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, good deal. So let's see if that works. So when I restart, we should have our, okay, so that went wrong. Client.CoreStore.get is not a function. So I must be trying to... I must have forgotten to allocate the core store. Where's that at? Here. Can't read property put of undefined. Okay. So now refreshing my avatar falls back. Let's try uploading. Blob pointer.assert valid isn't right. Really? Just assert. It's just assert. Hey, Stefan. Good to see you again. Let's try again. Something went wrong. Should not have additional properties. Which one I use blown up on me here? It's line 55 of base. It's right here. I screwed myself. Shoot. Where did I do blob feed key? Right there. Yeah, I could have saved myself if I had done my validation before writing. Okay, so to fix that, I need to just temporarily remove the assertions so that it can... And then I'm going to do... No, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do... I'm going to just delete the key real quick. Get my database back to a good state. Another hypercore is stored here. What is another hypercore? I agree, Lars. My music does fit my assertion failures. Another hypercore is stored here. That's a new one. And the stack trace is not helpful. I run again. Does it happen again? Yeah, alright. Well, it's repeatable, so let's see if I can find where it is. I'm guessing here. All of my hypercores are coming from the core store. Yeah. The buffer looks correct. So it seems to be erroring on feed ready. There's my get. Yeah. The key kind of looks a little weird. None of the key is weird. My buffer.from is wrong. Visual spot check. There we go. Winner. That was a dumb bug. As all the good ones are. Alright. Let's see if my blob store works. Okay. Hey! It worked. Let's see if I can modify. Sweet. Yeah, obviously the hypercore was choking on the poorly formed key, and it's going down some weird code path as a result. So probably could use some validation on the keys. So just like if the length is wrong or something, might be helpful in that case. So, okay. So the thing that remains on this is this bit right here. It'd be really cool to have this thing sort of paying attention to when chunks in the history of the blob feed are no longer have any pointers to them, so that it could sort of automatically clean out the old blobs. Should make the blob store into a module. I'm actually going to make this entire database design into a module, so this will just be a part of that. So yeah, I mean, tracking the ranges that are being pointed to and caching and decaching would be good. I think we'll save that as a to-do. Paul Gray. Yeah. I've been trying to think of what to call this whole database approach, because like the database design, which is laid out here, it's not actually citizen specific. It's sort of more generic than citizen. Citizen is the application semantics on top of it. So it kind of seems like this whole approach needs a name. And Hyperball. We could try, dredging up HyperDB, which I think, Matt, you have the NPM name for, the hyperdatabase. The interesting thing about this is something I was mulling over this morning, is like how much gets baked into the database. Right now we have it so that schema definitions, cool, we'll call it HyperDB then. It's, unless anybody disagrees, but so like it's set up right now so that it enforces schema definitions sort of universally, right? You define the schemas and they get loaded from those sort of global identifiers, the URLs. But there's still logic around the data store which is not getting encoded in there. Things like triggers or constraints that are kind of cross-table. And you might even get into questions of like business logic, or also indexing, which kind of touches on triggers. And I'm wondering how much ought to get baked into the database definitions, right? Because the more that gets baked in there, the more generic a citizen node becomes. Like a HyperDB node would actually just load the table definitions and then be able to automatically run what's specified in the table definitions. But at some point, you start to get onto the thing I think I'm going to do here is continue to build Citizen with just the schema definitions baked into the kind of universal HyperDB, and allow business logic and indexing logic and constraints to be living inside the Citizen server. And then once we get to that point, we can kind of take a look at that code and be like, all right, so how much of this could we sort of encode into the table definitions? The more, the better. Another thing to weigh into this is something I haven't yet constructed this around, which is that currently things like triggers are being handled whenever a put is sent to the server. And there will be a multitude of cases where the actual puts are being done elsewhere and then synced over by the peer-to-peer network. And so in those scenarios, we need to think about how to design all this code so that it's actually watching for changes and running triggers and things like that appropriately, because as it is, it's somewhat naively implemented. So we'll have to kind of evolve this over time. So CS is asking about the aggregation and federation, and I'm still not exactly, that's another thing that we're going to have to kind of iteratively design, I think, is precisely how cross-server federation works. In a way, I think the mental model to use for Citizen servers is to think of them almost like a remote Beaker instance. They're peer-to-peer nodes that are acting on behalf of somebody, but remotely. And I think with that mentality, the whole thing makes a little bit more sense, because then if I follow somebody and they are living on another citizen server, it's just a matter of fetching their data, pulling it into my citizen server, and having it in its local cache so that it can serve it to me. And so that's the kind of how cross federation will always, at minimum, operate. Is that the node will be responsible for going out and fetching peer-to-peer data on behalf of the user it's representing. So then the question around like the communities, server communities, the aggregated indexes and things like that, I'm sort of leaning towards thinking that maybe those should be somewhat detached from the server administrator, so that citizen nodes are actually more generic than I've been talking about previously, where if there is something like a featured feed or a search index, perhaps they are, I don't know, maybe it's only admins that can create them. It's going to depend on the resource usage. But in theory, we could make it so general that like any user could create a new community and set up a new aggregation with its own rules. And I think that would be pretty compelling. And like CS suggests, that it's a tool for DAOs in a way that's kind of where all of this is headed, is eventually we'll have smart contract auditability to community rules, and then you're getting that kind of auditability that DAOs are designed around. CS is asking, are servers aggregating copies of the content or just addresses to the content? So if the original content is erased, it points to a tombstone. So this is built on the Hypercore network, which is a peer-to-peer distributed database system, really. And so you can create a new database. We use a particular kind of database called Hyper-B, which looks a lot like LevelDB, and that's what all of this is built on top of. It's kind of key value store database. So each one has its own public key, and from the Hypercore mesh, you can fetch the data canonically and store it in a cache. So when the server is asked to fetch a post, it's going to be given a public key and the sort of address of the post, and it's going to go out to the Hyper network and pull it down. And so it will be copying, at minimum, a cached version of a remote database, so to speak, or a cached copy of the remote record. So then when you have indexes, secondary indexes, which are aggregating lots of information, the interesting question is whether or not to copy the aggregated information into a new database or to just have a pointer. Both are options. Whether or not you have a tombstone doesn't necessarily matter. If your index is separate from the original database, it can be, if it was pointing to it and then that's not found, the pointer will still exist. So that would effectively act as a tombstone. So it all depends on when and how we create secondary indexes. I'm going to pop out to the bathroom real quick, and then we can keep on going here. So yeah, the design is different from like how most federated protocols work, because it's basically pull based. As I understand it, other federated protocols will do things like almost like email. Like, I'm pretty sure this is how ActivityPub and Diaspora work, where they will, when you make a post, it'll be like you're putting into the outbox message for everybody to receive that's following you, and then their servers will come and fetch it. And this is going to work probably more where you're just writing to a database, almost like RSS. You just go through the databases that your users are following and periodically pull down the latest content into your local cache. So it's a pull-based system. Andrew's asking, is this intended to work on the web, desktop, and mobile out of the box? Will it be cross-platform? It's a federated design, so there are going to be web servers involved. You don't have to use a web server. I mean, you should be able to, how would I put this? So one of the things you should be able to do is run your personal databases on your own device and then have them sync up to the federated nodes. And then so it's kind of a hybrid federated peer-to-peer, which I think I'm just going to call it a distributed social network. And so then the decision just becomes whether or not you want to maintain ownership of the keys or let somebody else manage the keys for you. And one thing you should also be able to do is like set up a web server that is private and maintains ownership of your keys, but your identity and your sort of a profile home could be on one of the other nodes, which would be, I think, an interesting way to interface with it for sure. But the key to this all is that the hypercore network acts as a kind of a data mesh backbone. It's kind of a data backbone between all the nodes. It creates a lot of flexibility. Something else I think we could solve is rehoming, ID transfer, because we have two different IDs to work from. We have your DNS-based ID, like citizen.com/pfrazy, and then you have your database public key, and we'll store both of those whenever you follow somebody, and both of them will indicate what their current ID is. And so, like, when you look up somebody, whenever it's doing a refresh on their data, the public key could change, but the DNS ID stays the same, so then you know to update their database, and vice versa can occur. Their database can point to a new DNS ID, and then you update that. So that'll help, I think, with account transfer, because we have a persistent public key to leverage here. Let's see what else my brother has on his SoundCloud here. No guarantees about these tracks because I haven't listened to them in a while. So, okay, so we have updated our blobs design. So let's make sure that there's no more logging occurred. Going a little crunchier with it. This song is called Anatomy of a Noise Complaint. I think that's accurate. I'm going to skip it. Okay, so that's done. At the end of the last stream, I was talking about getting the media embeds and posts done, which we could do. But I actually kind of think I'd rather get into creating multiple users and following and things like that, so then I can start working on how your personal feed will work and things like that. So I'm going to add to the bin the ability to pass in an argument or a command. So node bin. Okay. And I should really use a Node.js library for this. What did I use for HyperCLI? I think I used subcommand maybe? I did. Is wrong. Okay. Is there a way to say which one should be the default command? Yeah, root. You know, I'll just do it like this. I'll do, No, I can't do it like that. And I'm thinking I need... I think we're out of music. Yeah. And now that's copyrighted. That's it for the music. Okay, so I need... I'm not sure I actually need to spec all the options. So let's stop and call node in.js, create user, name Alice, email alice@alice.com, display name Alice, description test user. Of course. I actually have to start the server in order to run create user. Huh. I have to start the server because it expects the oh, might as well do it that way. Needs to be able to load the schema definitions as well. We'll have to refine that later. For now, I just want to create my test users. And there's not even a facility to set the password with this. So that's obviously because we don't have that yet. Okay. Root not work the way I thought it does. Ah. Okay. Got our test users, so that's good. What I just noticed is that we still call example app. Okay, so now that we got our test users, we could start to work on the profile a little bit, so why don't we do that? So CS, you mentioned that you think Urbit has done some things pretty well. I've met some folks that work on Urbit, and they seem to have their heads on their shoulders about everything except their insane custom language. Anything in particular that stands out to you about what they do? Definitely felt like making the custom programming language was a little much, a little more than was necessary for the situation. Not a hater or anything, it's just a little much is all. Just a little much. Of course, also there's the history with one of the founders, which I'm also not a big fan of. Hoon, yeah. The naming system is solid. How do they do the naming? Yeah, the tiering system. It's got a little bit of the itis. The name itis. Holochain has the same problem. They use this whole biological naming scheme, and I'm not one to speak here because, you know, with the Hyper project we got our own naming problems, but I don't like using metaphorical naming systems like space themed or biological themed like Holochain does, because then you don't learn anything when you see the terms. Like, I can kind of infer what planet, galaxy, and universe are meant to mean, but it's also kind of like, I don't really know. Holochain had it real bad. They were using all these biological terms that was like, come on, y'all, that's really just tedious. Try to be as, if it's not a brand name, it should be a self-evident name. You think it's cute today? Yeah. Will Citizen evolve into everyone running their own index server? I don't know. Got a big chunk of unknowns. Where I can speak to the what's possible, but then the stable state, not sure yet. It's entirely possible that this will end with citizen nodes being generic sort of database executors, or they might just be so that the citizen nodes may evolve into being kind of an applications platform that kind of is along the lines of what CouchDB was talking about being with Couch Apps. Could evolve in that direction, or could end up being more like, domain specific to social. And then, so that's one delta here, one variable that we don't have an answer to. And then there's, how it's possible that we could set up the nodes so that they actually include the ability for users to be billed, so that they are acting as resource sort of management, more generic resource management. So like if users were creating their own indexes, you can either do that by setting up your own citizen node somewhere and paying the cost, or we could set it up so that end users can allocate basically compute and resources in that fashion, in some kind of constrained fashion, and the costs get passed down to the end user, in which case we diminish the need to actually set up your own node. There's a lot of options on how this will kind of go. I don't know if I see everyone running their own index server. The question that kind of touches on is like, how often do we expect people to be doing admin work? And the real, when it comes to Federation in general, there are specific attributes we're looking for here. There's the ability to walk away from a community, to walk away from rules of a community, but preserve what you have. So there's kind of the data independence aspect of it. And there's the ability to kind of customize the experience as well, which is in a more of an autonomy value. How those will pan out really just kind of depends on what's easy or how this social structure works out. But in terms of the particulars about whether or not, for instance, there are citizen nodes that become really popular like Gmail, I'm not so concerned with something like that so long as you can continue to move off of the Gmail equivalent, and that Gmail equivalent applies the same kind of authority checks and data independence and flexibility that the whole system is designed to have. Big nodes aren't inherently problematic so long as there are appropriate sort of checks and constraints on how it's operated. There's a talk I recorded for FOSDEM that's going to air not this Sunday but the next, where I kind of really dig into some of those ideas, so you could check on that if you're curious about it. All right, let's implement that follow control. Come on, computer. Come on. Stop lagging. What if each user aggregates their own index and then a server just routes / hole punches? You want to be a thin client system so it can't do the work of creating indexes. Like, the general way that I think about this is that it's still a peer-to-peer system, and so these citizen nodes are really just supposed to be like remotely executing presences for the end user. And the degree to which is similar to the logic around how Beaker worked, it's just that rather than Beaker being on the local device, it's on a remote device. And there are two upsides to that. The remote servers can have persistent uptime. They can allocate more resources more flexibly because it's easy to resize as VMs. They're accessible from multiple devices, and they're accessible via HTTP. So there's a lot of reasons why this kind of like remote presence concept works really well. So the idea of each user aggregating their own index or having their own kind of business logic or aggregation logic or all that kind of stuff makes a lot of sense to me, in the sense that it's like a remote presence working on the user's behalf. And that's where it kind of gets application platformy. And the hyper database system that we're building in here, if we're able to make it so that you're sort of, as an end user, able to install new database definitions with their own triggers and logic and constraints and stored procedures, you really turn this into a platform situation where users are able to actually run very generic forms of compute on their home node. Whether or not that's where we want to go with this is going to depend on some of the, a number of details. Yes, you also have better privacy because the server is the one hitting the peer-to-peer network. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why a design like this might actually end up being preferable to a pure peer-to-peer like Beaker. We'll see. My computer doesn't start to speed up soon, I'm going to start to be pretty frustrated. Alright, I'm risking the copyright strike for one song. Don't tell anybody. Ricardo gifts? I don't know what Ricardo gifts are. Okay, we got following in place. Actually derive am I following and is following me from the array. That's probably be better actually. Hey, Game Blester. Welcome to the stream. We are implementing followers and following. Okay, making progress. Now we can finally actually give counts on followers and following. Time to do some pluralizing. Hey, Jim. Appreciate it. If I am not mistaken, this is the Jim that I worked with at Roken in New York City. Gosh, what was that, like 10 years ago? Yep, that was my first agency job. First programming job. Oh gosh, followers now looks like a weird word to me. Hate it when that happens. Follow. It's what happens when you look at a word too much. Suddenly it looks weird to you. I didn't know that I told you about this. I guess I would have told you about the screenplays back in that day. So Jim is talking about... I was actually an acting major for college. And I went to New York after college to write screenplays and stage plays and perform a little bit. Ran out of money. Picked up a dev job. I sent you one. Good God. Which one? I shudder to ask. It's one of those pieces of personal history that I know will end up being an interesting factor at some point in my life. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I felt like the screenwriting wasn't bad, wasn't great. Uh-oh. Gotta fix that. There we go. Okay, now let's log in as Bob. A data breach on this site exposed my password. Chrome. You're not correct. That's amazing. So I'm guessing in their database of password breaches, somebody put in an entry for localhost 3000. That's cracking me up. So he has studied film and gotten into tech as well. It's more of a creative field than people realize. There really is something very similar to the process of building apps and building sweet or coding, I suppose, and just all kinds of creativity. There's definitely overlap. Oh, you know what I should do as Bob is make a post. Let's change that real fast. Okay, there we go. Cool. All right, why don't we commit that real quick? Please, what, Game Blaster? All right, now we need to be able to click on those and see the followers and following. Okay. Message retracted. Whoa. Something changed just now. Is that also an H2? It is, that's why. Okay, so now we have that navigation going. Grab some more coffee real quick. I forgot to unmute. My streaming software is killing me right now. It's maxing the CPU. Okay, so time to make a user list component. I'm going to pull from an existing one just to speed things up. All right. actually going to need user profile as well. And then the URLs will be follower URLs, which I think actually is already what it is. Yeah, so we're good there. And then over on the following, it'll be this dot following dot map f dot value dot subject URL. Okay, let's see what we get. User database not found. So let's see, I think I probably need to update the profiles fetch to allow URLs. I do. Cat wants in, so I will BRB. Okay, get some new music going. Hi, epic YouTube videos, appreciate it. It's saying that that's an invalid URL, but that's not true. Oh, gotta actually pass the right thing into it. Okay, off to a good start. A variety of things that as I'm working on them, I'm really doing temporary solutions, and handling around user URLs is definitely one of them. And usernames in general. We may need to switch to a system that's more like phrasey at CTZN.com. We'll deal with that when we get to it. Okay, so first things first. Let's get the avatar image. Kitty cat. What do you want, kitty? You gotta get on the stream now. Kitty cat on the stream. You gonna bother me or you gonna let me work? Come on, kid. What do you want? Okay. Yes, you're kind of annoying. What do you want to play? Cat wants to play, gotta take a break. Okay. That's how cats be. let's get some styling going here. All right. Okay, the cat has finally retired to her perch. She will hopefully no longer bother us. Fingers crossed. Okay. Making progress. Almost there. So the header we're going to do as flex line items. I don't know yet. We'll justify content space between. We have a margin bottom of 10 pixels. All right, that looks close. And then let's refresh, take a look at what we got. All right, work on some of our spacing here. Let's give the description margin. It's not going to work because it's in the shadow knob, so I'll have to do it here. Okay, starting to get somewhere. It's not exactly beautiful, but it's something. Yeah, it's a good start. So now we need to get the follower information as well as implement those controls. So we'll do that by you know what, we'll do this in 2 passes, I think. First pass will just load the profiles. And the second pass will fetch the... No, that's not a bad idea. If it took a long time, you'd be stuck looking at the top ones without it. So no, we're not going to do it that way. We're going to load them each in completion first. And then we'll load and then we'll do profile.knownFollowers. Won't actually hold on to the information itself. We'll just get the counts. I know, I wish we could have music as we're going. It's a total buzzkill. could always play my brother's album again, but it's only so many times I could do that. Okay, I got an error here. Does this support passing in? No, it doesn't, so we'll need to update this to... Alright, so... we should have a is_url. I think it's actually the other way around. Test on the string. Okay, we're getting close. What's your problem, Carla? Looks like the last user isn't getting updated. So that's a problem with my rendering logic. Yep, forgot to do a request update after the update. Okay, there we go. Okay. We should also is following me. Okay, looking good. Yep. Okay. Now we need to style a couple of things. We need to style follows you. Okay, so that's good, and now we just need to jump over to here. 1 second. Just shared the stream link with my dad, who's taken an interest in all of this, so figured that'll crack him up to see. Alright, so is this going to have the same styles as the follows you? Could. Yeah, so let's just call that the label styles. And then jump back over to our user list definition and change that to a label and that to a label. Cool. Starting to look pretty good. Not amazing, but not bad. So now, just need to implement those follow and unfollow controls. Okay, and that will be await this.api.follows.unfollow profile.url, and then we just update the profile.ami following to false and request an update. Basically same logic here, but in reverse. And let's see if that worked. Did not work. But we didn't get an error. Wrong one. Oh, I have them reversed. That's why. My dad jumped on the stream and asked what's going on with the Longhorn hat. He went to A&M. Austin, Dad. Don't know what to tell you. Like I said, I gotta blend in. Okay, so that's looking good. Except it thinks I'm... Oh, I am following Bob. Okay. Who did I unfollow? Alice. Okay, so that's all done. That should be clickable. Let's do that real fast. We are moving. Making progress. Dad's cursing at me via text because I'm wearing the UT hat. Not really cursing at me. Okay. So now we got following and unfollowing done. Let's get rid of some of those console logs. It's not that we got following and unfollowing, we got user listing. Add follow or following user list views. Okay. So that is a lot of the basics of the user profiles, all the, stuff you gotta have. So now what we gotta do is work on the constructed feed. And I've been kind of thinking about how to do this. Now, one option is to just go through, like at runtime, construct the user feed of people that you're following, which would mean we would be running a query on each user's posts, asking for, like, let's say the last 10 or so, and then merging them together. It's an error-prone approach. I don't know, it's a tough call, actually. On the one hand, if we pre-compute a secondary index, it'll be a much faster thing, because that thing will just be passively updating in the background, and so that we just look at the secondary index and load the individual posts. But if we do it that way, we have to handle follows and unfollows by, like, completely regenerating that index, because you have to either add in or remove the posts by the new follower or the removed follower. That's kind of a pain. The other problem is if we use a secondary index for the user's constructed feed, we probably will want to create another database for the user that's a private user database, which only the end user is able to get the key for. I mean, we don't have to, it's not a huge deal, but it would probably be wise. The simpler thing to do, though, would just be to construct the feed at runtime for now, and then worry about the performance characteristics later. That's probably the simplest choice. Yeah, I guess we'll do it that way. Just do a runtime construction for now. Not my fave. It's going to be a little ugly, but we'll see how badly it performs. It shouldn't be, terrible. It's basically just running list calls on multiple separate databases. So in calls for in followers. So it'll start to bog down, as the number grows. Something else to consider, too, is because these Hyper-Bs are networked databases, the default characteristic is to fetch content on demand, and that may cause the feed load to stall if there's some content that's not locally cached yet. So you can kind of have surprise network latency work its way into database reads. But that's kind of always a problem that we'll have to be thinking around. So for now, I'm going to just do a naive runtime construction. Before I do that, I'm going to stretch my legs, and then we'll dive into constructing the home timeline. All right. Tell you something I've been neglecting is the automated tests. Probably ought to do that, but it's such a chore. You can delay doing automated tests till later always, right? That's never gonna bite you in the butt. I think that's the rule. Write your tests later. I'm sure it'll happen. I'll call this the home feed. What's the home feed? Oh boy. All right, so first things first. We got to get the user database for the logged in user. Then we got to fetch their follows. Then we're going to go through each of them. You know, the really tricky thing is deciding how many of their posts to fetch. Let's say one user posted 100 posts all at once. And we only fetched the first 10 from each user and then constructed it into a feed. The ordering would get screwed up. It would not be strictly chronological. Might be okay, though. The other hard thing to do when you do it this way, merging multiple feeds at runtime is just such a pain. Because the other thing that's really difficult is pagination. Honestly, the only way you could do pagination elegantly or simply is to handle it by just adding to the number that you fetch, then you merge, and then you slice off the offset. Oh, gosh. This is the kind of coding that's not a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hate merging lists on query. Oh, it's such a nightmare to get right. if we did a naive approach where the pagination was... So suppose we don't worry about strict chronological sorting. Suppose we let that be wrong, that the ordering is not guaranteed, which, controversial, I know. A lot of people like their chronological ordering. But suppose we did the offset, the slicing of like offset and limit per feed that you're pulling from, and just paginated per feed, and then just always merge the results set together and dump it out. I guess the problem with that is if I only posted, no, that's not going to work, because if I only posted like one post like today, and then a year from now that's my only post, that one post would always get stuck in the feed. So that's not going to work. Hey, Math. So, Math, I'm currently humming and hawing over how to deal with constructing the user feed from their list of followed users. And there's, to my thinking, there's two choices. One is that we construct the merged feeds at query time, or we do a secondary index that we're constantly updating. Both of them have their upsides and their downsides. Doing it at query time is in some ways a little easier. I don't have to set up a secondary index. I don't have to worry about like updating the index completely whenever I unfollow somebody. You have to go through and like rewrite the entire index, filtering out those old users. But of course, the performance characteristics of querying multiple different feeds and then merging them together is not great, because that's multiple reads of databases. So that's not ideal. And then like properly merging them together is even harder when you get pagination involved. Could also use the diff API to index just in time. Well, yeah, so that's probably, the diff API, or the secondary indexing process. I don't yet have any of the what you might call correct version of it. At the moment, I'm doing things like on let's see, in the comments, for instance, I've got whenever a comment is created, I'm triggering the indexer, the secondary index, to update. But what I really need to do is basically tail or watch the different data sources and trigger secondary index updates when a change occurs. But that's something I want to hit later. Well, why don't we do a naive implementation of the home feed, since the secondary indexing facility isn't there yet anyway. So we'll just do it without pagination, and then whenever we get this secondary indexes actually implemented in the correct form, we can look at producing a better version of the home feed list. Explain to me why you would do a diff at query time. Would that be so that you could just like check if the index is out of date, and if it is, you update the index real quick and then you handle the query? Yeah, that's certainly a possibility to do at query time. Not sure I'll necessarily need to take that approach, but it's certainly an option. Certainly less error prone. You know what strikes me though about that approach is that it's on-demand indexing. If the server dies. Well, so like the server dying shouldn't be a problem either way, because if the thing is being handled intelligently, it'll use the same logic. It'll track where in the data sources it has successfully indexed and resumed from its last success point. So, you know, there's multiple, whether or not you're doing the indexing at query time or sort of in the background continuously is not necessarily a factor. But the interesting thing about doing it at query time is that what it would mean is that indexes that are not being used a whole lot would not be taking processing time or disk space. The trade-off, of course, is that an index that's way behind and hasn't been used for a while, when it is used again, it'll take a long time. So that's an interesting trade-off to consider. Plus, if it's a computationally expensive, yeah, maybe a combination. If it's a computationally expensive thing to do as well, then you might end up having a giant spike on your usage whenever a way out of date index suddenly gets hit. But right, yeah. Well, it's a thought. It is a thought. There'll be some HyperDB considerations to be sure. So I need to Well, thanks for joining us, Stefan. Catch you next time. Should be able to do this by key, because the keys are date times. Of course, it's not guaranteed in a distributed network, so scratch that. Unfortunate amount of date parsing, but we need to. So then on the remaining ones, we need to do this action. We'll slice it down to 100 entries. Ah, shoot. I don't know the origin of these posts. So I need to do this over here every time. I'm gonna split that up actually, because I don't want to fetch that information every time. Then over here, we will okay, I think that's all set. So let's see how it goes. Failed right away. Array.flat is not a function. Oh, it's a method. It's not a class method. It's a method on the actual. So I do it like this. Assignment to a constant variable. Who would do such a thing? Want to give me any more information about that? Where did I do it? Let's look at each equals. So that one's fine. Follow entries is fine. Post entries should be fine. Followed username, fine. Followed user database, fine. There we go. Though the scoping should have made that okay. So that may be not be our guy. That's our guy. And it comes out with nothing. Let's see here. Let's start by looking at, just start logging some of this stuff. So the follows worked fine. We were able to fetch that out. We need to include our self in it as well. I'm pretty sure I had some posts created on Bob. Yeah, and I am following him. So that's what's failing. And we need to also modify the followed entries to include the user, which, let's take a look at what all we need here. The value.subject URL, is that it? Yep, okay, so we'll do value subject URL, and we will stick the so that will now include the user itself. Followed user db.list needs to be .post.list. And I'm going to go ahead and remove these console.logs because I don't want to be dumping all that nonsense in to my command line if I don't need to. There we go. Only problem is that is not correct. Oh, I wonder why the repeats. Well, now I do need to dump out the results, so let's see. Repeats is surprising. That's not exactly fast. Huh. A couple of bizarre things. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I know what's going on here. This isn't a problem on the server side. This is a problem on the client side. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. It's right here. Because the pagination isn't working. I'm just going to remove... I'm going to set it up so that if less than is provided, then we return nothing. That is very hacky, but that will stop it from fetching more than it needs to. Okay. Let's document how this is in a very... Do I prefer pagination over back pressuring a stream? So if I did back pressuring a stream, I would basically have an open stream that would provide a chunk of results and then wait for a signal to give more results. And I would just keep that stream open as the user's scrolling down the page. Is that what you're suggesting? Well, if we did it that way, we would actually need to maintain the stream across, like the clients would need to, you know, it's not even a possibility because our RPC API doesn't have a facility for streaming. So I just have none of the pieces that would make that useful. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not only do I not have a transport that translates back pressure, I don't even have streaming in our transport because I'm just using JSON RPC over WebSockets. It's a novel idea, but not going to be our winner at the moment. So let's update this to actually update the feed when a publish occurs, because that's not happening right now. And that's why. It's because it's calling record feed. And what is it actually? Just feed? Citizen feed. Oh no, you know what? Somebody's going to need to get the Kane username as quickly as possible so they can be Citizen Kane. There we go. Yeah, I suppose HTTP2 would be good for that. The entire design of the RPC web API, I'm not sure if it's going to maintain. There's a, interesting question to ask as to whether or not we ought to have, this gets into that question about like whether HyperDB is going to have all of the business logic and all of the constraints and everything built in. And if they do, then the RPC API should be a very generic interface to the HyperDB. If not, it should continue down the pathway it is, which is custom functions that encompass that logic. So that's a variable in the decision about how the RPC API is designed right now that I haven't answered yet. Also need to think about how to do URL design. I need to revisit that because I am currently using like usernames, which would be phrasey, and then your user URLs would be like that, and then technically the user data is being addressed at stuff like this. But like, there's a couple of interesting things to consider. One of them is, should we, instead of using URLs at all for this stuff, should it be that usernames, instead of ever using usernames, they're always user IDs, something like this. And then perhaps we would address user data with something like this. At which point we're completely out of the realm of URLs. Could also address user data by hyper URL scheme. Though that would need some translation, because this would be the correct way to address that stuff via Hyper-B. So we might have to rearrange our key space so that Hyper-B URL translation, if we're using hyper URLs, looks better. But the thing about it is that, like, having URLs for data doesn't make a lot of sense unless we're actually serving the data at those URLs. I mean, it can, but I don't know. Got to think about that. Hyperify. Problem with using the hyper URLs is that that means that we're now addressing by the keys. And that may be fine. Certainly, it's canonical, but there's also the interplay about DNS IDs and key IDs at play here. So I'm going to have my DNS ID like this, and I'm going to have my internal Hyper-B URL, which is a key, or, a hyperfeed. And the question is, like, when people are referencing each other's data, should they use the DNS address or the key address? The way that I'm thinking about this currently is that, I mean, probably the most correct way to do it would be addressing the hyper URLs. Because if you address the hyper URLs, you're sort of doing the, like, okay, so first of all, part of the interplay here is that these will point to each other. And if they change, if one of them changes, that would be a process for rehoming your data. So if I lose my keys and have to do a remapping here, then somebody could detect that and, you know, now you've updated. Likewise, if I rehome, then I would then do it is a little bit like that. So this gives us a process by the kind of overlapping data structures, the two different sources, one of them the cryptographic one and the other one the DNS-based one, to smoothly kind of redirect to a new home, whether you're changing your database or you're changing your you know, a federated server. That is all fine. But then the question is, when we're addressing users' content, like a post of mine, do you want to do it at the URL of the server, or do you want to do it at the URL of the underlying data? That's the question there. And, you know, it sort of depends on which one we think is, you know, is error linking against keys. Yeah, I mean, it'll have some implications about convenience, to be sure, because if we're doing it by the hyper URLs. Oh, hey, Chris. Glad you're on the stream. Likely depend on where the URLs are being used and for what content. Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of inclined to think that actually doing the hyper URLs for the data would be a better idea. Because like all of the data access that's occurring right now is actually over the RPC API. So that would, the interesting sort of implication would be that if you ever change your database, the old URLs will be invalidated. They'll be referring to like the wrong things. Which could be actually a kind of a problem. Because like suppose for instance that I lose my database and have to create a new one, and then I want to try to like reconstruct all my old data. It would be really nice if you could just copy over all the old data into your new database and sort of resume from there. But people would have been like replying to the old key. And so all their comments, for instance, would no longer show up. I don't know what everything is fine and is great and everything is about, but so anyway, yeah, that's my concern, is that like if we do the hyper URLs, then if you ever have to reconstruct your database, you're going to lose all the interactions. Whereas like if you ever change your DNS ID, it would be a little less surprising if all of your previous posts kind of went away, or previous comments, but I don't know. That's a tough call. I mean, honestly, in a way, it sort of makes me think that we shouldn't just be using one or the other. I mean, the whole idea of having the overlapping identifiers is for convenient rehoming. So maybe it's possible that basically both of these URLs ought to be referenced anytime somebody you're referencing somebody's content. In which case you would do a link more along the lines of like parent or subject, and then it would be like hyper key, and then like we'll just DNS ID and which is a lot. But if you did it that way, be a little easier to reconstruct things. But then again, also, that's only going to last so long. That'll work until, you know, so if I change my database, this will continue to work. But then after changing my database, if I change my federated home, that'll no longer means anything. It's a little bit of a tough question. How do you verify that somebody isn't lying about the DNS name? So the way that it's all currently constructed is that if you're going off of a DNS name like this right here, you'd use, you know, standard HTTPS to look up the host, and then you just use HTTPS's, you know, you'd probably use the WebSockets to ask them who phrasey is. So they could certainly lie. I'm expecting that whenever you follow somebody, yeah, what you just said, whenever you follow somebody, you're going to record their key as well as their DNS ID. And that will help facilitate the whole rehoming process and what have you, and also act as a way to detect, you know, changes, so somebody else would be able to tell you if your ID changed. And I assume that what would happen is that if a mismatch ever occurred between your follow record for somebody and their current things, that it would kick into the redirect flow where it'd be like, hey, Paul has updated his database, or Paul has changed his username, user ID, would you like to update to the new one? But this question about addressing the data is a little bit sticky. A little bit sticky. Yeah, just got to think about that. That'll be a tricky one to solve. You don't want to have to encode all of that information on every one. That's a lot of info. I mean, it's not terrible, but it is a lot. And like I said, it does start to break down. Now, you could handle somebody's redirect, like when you detect somebody's redirect, by going through all your content and updating all those links. So Carissa just pointed out HTTP URLs are useful if you're displaying a share button where the content may be shared outside of Beaker. And that's always going to be a necessary requirement. And really, part of the question is just whether or not, like, the HTTP URLs are just, they will always need to be there, but they may be like node specific. So it's like the internal versus the external representation. Hyper does make sense. It's just that if you use that and you ever have to reconstruct your database, any activity around your old posts will disappear. So people replying to you in comments and things will suddenly... Now, I guess what would happen, actually, it's not that it would disappear. It's just that those... Maybe if we did it where there is a sort of like resumption protocol. So like if you're responding to, so let's say, let's step through a flow here. Suppose we start out in this happy state, and then you have to create a new database. But right here, I make a comment on that. And so anytime I look at HyperKeyFu, I want to see the comments. And then I have to change databases. So this is still going to be pointing to here. So when I make the new database, perhaps what I do is, rather than trying to like copy over all the old data, I have a way to say, let's do perhaps there's some kind of way to indicate like that. Or perhaps some kind of a pointer which is like for more of my feed, refer to old database. So it's like that. So then whenever you're constructing their data set, you would hit that pointer and then start taking the old database entries and sticking it into their feed. So then these old pointers are still actually working. Might be something like that. In which case, the using hyper addresses is the right choice. So it may be that using hyper addresses is the smart move here. And so then you have this question here, which is the way that the Hyper-B is constructed. We want to have an automatic translation from the URL to the Hyper-B. And currently there's this schema ID mapping to a number, which causes the URLs to look like this as opposed to like this. So that might need to be reconstructed. Okay, well that's for later. Why don't we hit the header navigation, which has gone screwy here. So here's another thing that's sort of interesting. Kind of on my mind is like, what if we detached the UI from the actual Citizen server? Where like you log into your Citizen, like maybe we make like citizenry.com not a, it wouldn't be a node, it wouldn't be a host, it would just be an application, a front end, and then you point it to, you like log into pfrazy@foo.com. And then we would do like a Discord style of thing, not just Discord or like Slack, where you have like all of your servers like in a sidebar and you can swap between them. The thing that would be interesting about that is you'd be introducing a separation of front end and back end, where, well, there's a couple of things that would be interesting about that. So like suppose we did it that way, where like citizenry.com is just a front end application that interacts with multiple different Citizen nodes. Its UI structure, or its URL structure would be like server.com username content. And one of the nice things about that is, you know, one of the things that sucks about federated social media in general is whenever you land on somebody else's node and you have to click the follow button because you're not logged into their node. And I need to see how they're doing it with like Mastodon right now, but I'm pretty sure it's going to give you some kind of flow where it's like, hey, copy this URL or this identifier into a modal on your actual app. But if the front end were a separate thing, then you'd be logged into that front end. So you would be visiting other people's content via the front end, and it would have a trusted UI to follow from the different sources. Downside to that, of course, is that that sort of suggests that one of the applications would be more common. So you can't get around, like, if somebody else made a different HTTP mycitizenapp.com, it'd be working the same way, but if somebody's linking off of that, you'd have to, it'd be like the difference between like getting a TweetDeck URL versus a twitter.com URL. Might have a kind of a centralizing effect on the UI layer, but not necessarily. I mean, it's not like forcing that. Something I'm thinking about though. Separating the front end from the back end is an interesting sort of political organization. Not going to worry about that now. I'm going to focus on getting this header nav right. Carissa, you think we should, huh? Do you follow how I'm thinking about this? Like your the front end would be kind of, I guess, actually not dissimilar from like how Matrix is doing it. Matrix, Discord, all the chat apps do it this way. You got that left bar for all your different servers. And you can kind of browse the multiple different servers from one UI. And yeah, I mean, like there's a couple of compelling things about it. Again, solving that UI quirk of like having to do cross-server, cross-application follows would be really nice. You could be in a logged-in state looking at content on other servers. That would be really nice. You know, like just replying to them and things. That's a pretty big benefit. The other thing that's interesting is by separating the two. One, people that run citizen nodes may not have to worry about like, you know, updating the UI. Two, somebody could easily make their own front-end app. So separating the two means, you know, I could be on foo.com but using bar.com as my front end to it and connecting the two together. So you're introducing more flexibility into the whole design. It's a thought. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and then we'll get into the header UI. Both of y'all are bringing up two good points here. Chris's point, a lot of the new tech and value of the stack here would be hiding all of the complexities of the distributed system so that designers and front-end devs could iterate on fun ideas. Strongly agree. And if the HyperDB could get to be pretty intelligent, that can be really pretty interesting. Yeah. Lars brings up the point about dealing with incompatibilities on the WebSockets API. And that gets into this question that, you know, about how I'm designing it now, which is it's currently being designed with an expectation that the front end and the back end are from the same source. And so it's a little ad hoc in that regard. So exactly to your point, there would have to be some standardization of the web API. Of the WebSocket API. Yeah. That is correct. And ideally, that standardization would be mirroring the HyperDB design so that it is pretty hard to screw up. I really want the HyperDB sort of driving the API design rather than having them be two separate specs with their own sort of complexities. But Sounds a lot like Matrix, and they're building a peer-to-peer client right now. They're also building a social thing. They put together some kind of proof of concept on that. So. I suppose it is a bit like Matrix. Yeah. Well, I use anytime I got overlap with something that already exists, of which there are many. Somebody says, why not use the Fediverse, Mastodon, and ActivityPub, or why not use Matrix? My answer is mad science. You can get away with anything if you just say, hey, it's a mad science project. Mad science means YOLO. I'm doing it for myself. And if you like it, you can join. Not everybody will like that answer, but what is that quote? I retweeted this from the Programmer Wisdom Twitter account. It's like telling a programmer that library already exists is like telling a musician that love songs already exist. Thanks for joining, Krista. Please feel free to join in the future. Later. All right. Let's hit that header. Ah, we had a leftover. Oh, no, that's just from... Cool. Okay. All right. I'm kind of thinking about calling these posts updates. What do y'all think of that? Ah, wrong. Update may not be right. I was also thinking headline would be kind of fun, but it might be a slightly confusing term to use. That feels like the best one yet. No background, very light border on the bottom. Oof, that is very light. A little too light. That's better. It feels a little better. Might be worth considering whether we want to do a full width header or compress it. Like that. Or even set it to the same width as the content, which would be like right there. It's a tough call. Because that does help focus the UI a little bit. This does feel pretty spread out. Okay, gotta do that. Feels pretty good. Not amazing, but not bad. Okay, so now we need to implement that new post button. I wanted to handle that by redirecting to the home page and then somewhere around right here we'll do let's just do like this. Now we gotta do that drop-down menu. Thankfully I got some code for that. Progress is happening. Getting all the basics done. Okay. So let's update these. The separator seems wrong. Maybe sign up as bold. Sure. That'll be fine for now. Okay, and now we just need to pull out that nav from the right side on the main. Okay, and that'll have to be replaced with something over there. I'm not sure what. Maybe suggested follows, or something about trending, or something along those lines. Okay. Let's jump over to our checklist now. So we got the header UI done. User profile view basics are done, so let's go ahead and take that out. Personalized feed view sort of done. Follows and unfollows are done. So we're getting pretty close to having some basics handled. Notifications and search are both going to require secondary. Actually, we're to the point where either we like hit the post media or we start getting into secondary indexing. It looks like. So I'm gonna have to stew on the secondary indexing a little bit, just get my head around it. It's just one of those things that's you have to dive into it, a little bit of a pain. I only sort of tangentially keep up with SSB. What's up with the room servers? They're adding public, private, and super private defaults and such. Cool. Yeah, rooms that aren't as leaky. Makes sense. We have a lot of basics handled here. I mean, this is pretty much your minimal... that spacing is wrong. I need to add some more padding. We have a pretty minimal thing here. Once we get notifications in search, we'll, you know, be pretty far along. Yeah, not a lot of hyper on mobile. You can make it work by using things like React Native, but it's not something that the team is really focused on at the moment. Trying to nail multi-device first. Spacing is a little off. What's that about? Ah, right. There we go. So I think I'm kind of inclined to just like hold off on post media. I feel like I'd rather, before we dive into that, get into the point where we're like having users testing things in some kind of minimal sense. Kind of inclined to like defer that until later, because it's, you know, it's useful and important, but it's also like not that important. It's something that can wait a little bit. And kind of feel like the next thing to do would be the secondary indexes, at which point we'll have, after doing that, we'll have some clarity, a little more clarity around how HyperDB functions, and can look at possibly generalizing and factoring out some of that into a module. And perhaps rework some of the pieces to be sturdier based around all the kind of questions we have. And I'd like to answer things like the URL questions and kind of get the underlying pieces done, because now we have a functioning UI, which is good for kind of testing against and knowing what our requirements are and things. And so I feel like the next step would be to go back to the data model and the identification model and invest in that. And then once that's in a good place, we'll have our secondary indexing done. We'll have invested a little bit more in cleaning those pieces up. Then we could start to experiment with federating across servers, get that into a good place. Then we could start to look at whether or not we want to separate out the UI from the application. And once that is kind of in a stable place, then I think we could start doing a test net. So we're kind of on track here. This is really where I was hoping to be by the end of the week. So I'm going to call it the end of the stream, but tomorrow I'll pick up and we'll get into the secondary indexing bit. Now, the thing about the secondary indexing is it needs to be able to handle data coming from other nodes, whereas right now it doesn't do that. And then I want to see if I can't come up with some new way to spec the secondary indexing behaviors in the schemas as opposed to having to manually program it every time. Because that code is pretty ugly if we look at it. It's it's this kind of stuff right here, which is just not great. Okay. Well, thanks for joining me on the stream, as always. Having you all along with me makes this a whole lot more fun. And I feel like the results are going to be better. I mean, just some of the conversations we have in the chat. And also being able to get y'all's feedback as I'm spitballing stuff. It's pretty great. So, thank y'all for joining. I won't make any promises about the same time. Maybe, maybe not. Probably, because I don't have anything else slated for my day tomorrow. Yeah. So have a great rest of your evening. And I'll catch y'all next time. Later.